Hello, everyone, and welcome to All the Words October All Day Focus, where we're doing 60-minute sprints. I'm Shannon, writing under the name of S.C. Huston, and the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers. Sorry, I just had to check am I actually live? Is the volume turned on? It is. Okay. A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream is pretty much a long day of doing 1 hour long sprints with more relaxed time periods in between sprinting to break and talk about whatever it is we have going on. And you're welcome to use the sprints for whatever productivity you need, whether reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. I do use the sprint time to focus on my task because focus issues. And that means I won't be in the chats until it breaks. But then, of course, we can catch up and talk about what we have going on, whatever it is we're working on today. Yeah, let me know what you're working on. I am, I think I'm going to finish up my 7th short story, my 8-part short story series. I've already gone through and revised my novel work in progress, which that was my goal. And then my next goal was to revise the short stories I have. I was hoping I'd have all 8 written, but I don't have all 8 of them done. But I'm within 2 chapters of finishing the 7th short story. I think I'm right about 7,800 words, and it's going to be around 10,000. So I got to do a bit of brainstorming because I end up going outside of my outline I wrote for this. And then I remembered there was a scene that I wanted earlier in the story. And I remembered that last night. And I told myself, don't forget it, Shannon, don't forget it, Shannon. I haven't forgotten it, which is good. So I think I'm going to brainstorm where I can put that short little scene into the story. And then brainstorm where the rest of my story is going because I had changed things. So that's what I'm going to work on. Once I finish the short story, then I might move into, and I'm pretty sure I can finish that today. Then I'll move into revising from the beginning of those short story collection. I still have one more story to write to finish off the 8 short stories for the whole collection. But I forgot. I don't know if anybody else would be here. If anybody here would be interested in, hold on, I'm trying to get this link. Yes, hi, Thor. I'm talking to you guys, so he thinks I should be talking to him. Hi. So, anyways, I just sent out the call to my newsletter, my URLs, for anybody who might be interested, and there might not be anybody interested here, but I am looking to fill up the street team and ARC team, whichever one that you want to be part of. There are differences between the two. So launch teams. If anyone's interested for A Curse of Wings and Gems, I am publishing that on January 20th. Now the ARC team is just probably what you guys are familiar with, where you get a copy of the book and when it launches, go leave a review. Of course, it's, hopefully that you'll leave a review, right, for whoever's on the ARC team. And then the street team is a little bit different. So that one is set up for over 4 weeks. So it'll start January 6th and go through February 3rd, I think. There's 4 weeks of weekly challenges. And basically the challenges okay, here's the prompt, and go leave a social media post somewhere that fits this prompt in the book. And so I think last time for the last book, it was find a candle that fits the smell that would go with something from the book that you liked or whatever. So something along those lines. It had some pretty unique posts come out of that from the people who are on my street team. And so the street team is over 4 weeks, and there's prizes. So at the end of a week, everybody is put into a drawing basically for a prize. And each week there's a specific prize, which I put all of that up front, which prize is what week. And so it's a random drawing. And so you get, if you do the post that week, you get points for it. And every week you get points for completing the challenges. And then there's also a dragon scavenger hunt where you can get more points. So for every point, you get one more entry into the drawing. And then there's a grand prize. And so last time what I did for those is I made candles for my Kickstarters. So I made 2 extra candles for this last Kickstarter. So that's going to be one of the prizes. And there's a coloring book with it. And of course the book, a hardcover or a paperback version of the book, because everyone gets the ebook. Anyways, that's the street team. There's a little more information. And whether you're on the ARC or the street team, either way, you get an information document that has all the relevant information about the book, to include the book description, the blurb, headlines, and sales copy, which I actually hire Brian Cohen's company, which is called what? I've lost it. Brian Cohen's company is called, oh gosh, I can't remember what it's called. Anyways, so yeah, I hired them to write like my sales copy and headlines and stuff like that. So I have headlines and sales copy that I've written for the book. And then I also have reader quotes from my alpha and beta readers, and then as well as graphics for the book itself for the ARC team. For the street team, I have lots of different graphics, videos, the book trailer. So you don't even have to come up with your own stuff if you didn't want to. You could use some of that. But yeah, anyways, that's if anyone's interested and they want to sign up for that. I'm not so good at selling myself here, I don't think. Anyways, so I set up that. So that's going to be the book. It's going to launch January 20th. I will still be looking for readers and art teams for the rest of my books I'm publishing next year, because I also have the novella that's going to be published in March. And then starting in April 1 every month, one of these short stories will be published. So I'll start looking for the other stories teams starting in January of next year. But yeah, Lena was the first in. I click on it. It didn't do it. Okay. Lena was the first in. I'm doing some revision today. Excited for all the words. October, well, I'll try to reach tier 3, 50,000 editing and 30,000 drafting. And I was like, I love the plan, because I was like, I never even thought about breaking it up like that. I did pick 80,000 words, and now I'm like, oh, should I have done that? Because I thought I'd spend the month revising, but which I spent all last week revising my novel, and I wrote a couple chapters in the 7th short story, and I'm not very far. I think I have like 6,000 words out of 80,000, and to hit 80,000, I would have to hit 20,000 words a week in order to hit 80,000 words by the end of the month. Because I'm trying to think, how many weeks are there? There's 4.5 weeks. So a little under 20,000 words a week that I have to hit the 80,000. But it was all revision last week. I do have some more revision I need to do with the short stories, but then I'm hoping that I can move into drafting new chapters for my work in progress novel and finish the 8th story. So we'll see. Maybe I will get a whole bunch of words at the end of the month. But yeah, I'd even think about how, to split this up, the 50,000 editing and 30,000 drafting. That's really cool. And then Weaver Words came in. Hello. Hey, I'll be working on edits today. This chapter is messy, so it's going to take a while. Oh, yeah. I have a couple. I'm thinking about the short stories I wrote. Like the first short story that I wrote in this series, I spent like 20 minutes brainstorming the male character's name. I don't remember it at the moment, but I do have it written down because I make character profiles. So I have his whole name written down. But yes, and he couldn't say his name at the beginning of the story because he was undercover. Basically, he was like, he's a prince, but he was like hiding himself as a soldier. And even in the first scene between him and the female protagonist, and she's, he says something about name, or I can't remember who said it. I think it was him, said something about names or whatever. And she's like, oh, we don't need names. And so it doesn't come up in the beginning, but like later on, I would think that he would have a name, and his name never gets into the story. So he is just the warrior or the soldier. I can't remember which one I use now, but that's who he is the whole time until the very end. And then he's just the prince. So I'm like, I gotta get his name in there somewhere. And I have lots of placeholder text in my short stories. So like, I drafted them fast. I did all of this in August when I got the 253,000 words. And I was drafting so fast that if I couldn't think of it, and if I didn't brainstorm it ahead of time, then it went into a bracket. So I'll do a bracket, and normally I do like uppercase. I don't always remember to do the uppercase now, but because I was going so fast that month. But most of the time it's uppercase if I'm doing a bracket, like figure out a name that means this, or add another character that's doing this in the background, or whatever. So it's just a placeholder text. I'm like, I need something here, or come up with a way to add her emotion without naming the emotion. I think I have that one actually as one of my brackets in one of my stories, because I couldn't think at the moment, like, she's sad. I don't know if she's sad, but that's, just like, she's sad. I don't want to write she's sad. So I want to write, okay, how can I show this emotion versus, just tell it. And sometimes it's hard to think of when you're writing really, really fast. And if I put she's sad, then a lot of times what I found about myself, if I just name something, especially when it comes to emotions, I name it, I don't ever go back and fix it. So now I told myself, okay, stop doing that. You need to fix it. Stop naming the emotions all the time. Now I make myself put brackets in there, say, show this emotion, whatever the emotion is. So, but yeah, it's messy. My short stories are messy. Yeah. Andy Keenan, hello. Say hello to everyone. Don't forget to boop the like. I appreciate that. And there's the link for the launch teams. So if anyone is interested in signing up. So the signups will stay open through November. The book will be sent out to the whichever team you're on if you're signing up. It will be sent out beginning of December. I have noticed now that I know about the Chat GPT dash, the M dash, I'm like wanting to go through and take out some of my M dashes. I added more chapter. I added chapter 2, I think, to my novel, and when I was really looking at those, and that after the Kickstarter was already done, I already got the book out. But I was looking, I was like, wow, I use a lot of dashes, and I think I want to take some of those out now because of the whole Chat GPT thing. It's like, hello, it has its own name. Okay, where am I? Oh, I'm on the wrong tab here. I went to, oh, that didn't make no sense. I just put launch teams. Oh, whatever. I'll pin the messages as hopefully people know what I'm talking about if they come in. Like, what's a launch team? It's Shannon's launch team. All right. Find the right tab. We're going to get going with our first 1 hour sprint. Hopefully it's all up there. Okay. And I'll see you guys on the other side of an hour in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time on the first sprint. How did you do? Got to add up my words. I did 388 words in brainstorming, and then I'm like very last paragraph of this next chapter I was writing in my short story. But it's okay. I will get that paragraph added after this. So in drafting 1017, I'm just logging what I just did. So if I add that together, 1,405 words. So, all right, let's see how you guys did. Got a few comments. Andy said, lurk mode on. I appreciate that, Andy. Thank you so much. Eva, hello. Good morning. How's it going? Felicia, how's it going with you? How's work? And how's your writing? I don't know if you're still here, but good morning, everyone. Hi, Shannon. Hope you've been well. Yes, it's been good. Yeah. I feel like it's so funny because I was having this conversation with my trainer this morning. I was like, I feel like I should be stressed, but I'm like, yeah, I don't want to be stressed because there's like so many things I know I wanted to have done by now. But I've been working on my sales page for the rebranded from Fainted Adventures as Romantasy Adventures, and I was like, I wanted to have that done already and have some cards made and start setting stuff up. But I did work on my sales page. Oh, I finally got it looking. I think it's pretty. Yeah, I don't know. I like the first few sections. I think it's really good, but I was having trouble with the coding with the third section, and I was like, oh, I worked on that like all day yesterday. But I am liking how it's coming about. But I wanted to have that done by now. I don't have it done. That's okay. I'm probably gonna work on that a little bit later. And then Rita came in. Hello, happy Monday. Taking the AC out of my office. Yay. That's a yay thing. And clearly doesn't know how to use punctuation today either. That's okay. I'm thinking like I would not want to take the AC out of my office. I would be upset if I had to do that. But I know we're in different time zones and different places. Like I would just be burning up if I didn't have my AC. um, Emma, hello. Hi, SD friends. Eva, how are you doing? Rita and Felicia. Eva says to Emma, hey, I'm doing pretty well. Recovering nicely. Awesome. How have you been? Are they still have you on pain meds, or are you through that part already? I know you were having trouble with food, if I remember right. I don't know whose sprint I was in when you were talking about that last week. So I was not on YouTube at all on the weekend. It's really I'd rather not be on YouTube on the weekend if I can help it, but I tried to get on there to support people. So I don't know if you were on during the weekend, but I remember something last week where you said you were having trouble with eating. And Rita, yeah, what are you guys working on? I'm good, working on an editing job at the moment. Nice. How's your Christmas story going? I know that's for next year, but Eva says, I'm clearing digital storage today, seeing which clips I have for which things. I need to be better about cleaning this stuff out. You and me both. I have too much stuff, too much digital stuff. Weaver says, had some food and took a walk, and now back to editing. I bet that feels good, like to kind of get the heart going and then feel like you're in a good place. I feel like I'm procrastinated at this point, doing everything but the thing I should be doing. Oh, I know the feeling. That's how I am with all the admin stuff I should be doing. I'm doing everything but what I should be doing. But I'm trying to get some words in. I did set a goal of 80,000. So I'm trying to get to it. And I should be about 20% of the way through, or pretty close to 20% of the way through. And I'm only at like 6%. What is it? No, not 6%. 7.9% if I want to hit 80,000. So, but not that I have to, but that's the kind of the goal I gave myself. So, and then hi, Emma, Eva, Weaver from Rita. The AC is temporary and bulky. Oh, okay, but we had a 40-degree low, so I'm excited to open up the space for office. Yeah, I wondered. I was like, I know we're in different time zones and period places, settings, whatever you want to call it, right? So it's probably cooler there. It's not cool here. We're a little bit cooler today because we have rain, but it was still hot. It was muggy when I went out for the gym this morning. Pain meds were pretty minimal once I was home. Keeping even water down was an issue and kept me hospitalized a few days longer than anticipated. I am able to eat now. Okay, good. Better every day. Oh, that's so good to hear. Did they prescribed like nausea medication for. I don't know if that would what do they call that, contraindication with other meds and whatever else you have going on. It might not have been viable. I think that's what they call it. I don't know. Oh my gosh, Eva, read digital clutter. Yeah, I've got lots of digital clutter too. I was just looking. Well, when my computer was having issues earlier this year, that was before the conference and through the conference, and then I took it in to get looked at. Well, I thought, well, I want to back everything up, but then I had so much, I filled up my Tera drive, my hard drive, my HHD, right? No, SCD. What do they call that? The one that's the more stable one. And what did I have, like 4 GB on there? And I filled it all up, and I need more space, so I had to buy another one. And then I was getting close on time before I was leaving. Where was I going? Oh, I was taking my kiddo to camp. And I was like, I don't have time to like figure out what did I save and what I didn't save because I didn't like mark it. So I was just resaving everything all over again. So now I have these 2 hard drives hooked up to my computer, and they have overlap information, but I'm only really using one. I'm like, I should like really go through this and get rid of all the duplicate stuff that I don't need. So yeah. They did send me home with nausea meds. Okay, but I often lost those when it was an issue. Such a mess, but we're over that hump, hopefully. Yes, I'm glad you're over it now and that you're able to get some food in you. Although regular clutter is problematic, feels like a paper hoarder. I was thinking the same thing. Like my day to day is digital stuff, but I was like, I really need to just like get rid of stuff. We have too much stuff here. One hoard pile at a time, right? Photos and videos are the pile I'm working with today. I don't even want to think about it. Hikes self over to rolling desk with receipts pile. Oh, geez. Yeah. That reminds me, I have to finish doing our taxes because I didn't do it earlier this year. I was like, I learned my lesson with that one. Don't start off the year with a deadline, which I didn't really learn the lesson, but I know I can do this one because I set my book to publish January 20th. So there's a deadline, and I'm doing the street team with it, which is it's fun, but it's work. It's not a lot of work, but basically we do 4 weeks of creative challenges, and it's all in support of trying to get the word out there for the book. Which, by the way, I do have that pinned. If anyone wants to be on the ARC team or street team, one or the other, because the street team has prizes, which I can't like give you prizes if you're on my ARC team because it's against the ethics and policies of most retailer platforms. Doesn't mean you can't still go leave a review on the book if you wanted to, but if anyone's interested, I have not done the right thing for this book. Like I barely promoted my Kickstarter, and I think that showed in the numbers. I mean, it was successful, but I think it shows in the numbers. I barely did anything to promote it, and I'm like not doing what I should be doing before to get on go retailer platforms. I'm like, oh geez. So right now my team is really, really small because they say only about roughly, and it could be more or less, but roughly 20% of the people who sign up on your ARC team actually leave a review. And if you want to hit double digits, which is kind of like not really, it's not stated anywhere, but Amazon likes the book to hit double digits, so it will promote it on your review count. So like 10 would be the minimum, but then there's others who say, well, you have to have at least 15. Others say you have to have at least 50 or whatever. But my goal is to try to hit at least 10 reviews if I can. And if I'm going to hit that, that means I need roughly what did I figure out? 60 people, 50 people to sign up on my ARC team, which I've had in the past. And right now I have 8. And I'm like, wow, this is not going to go over well. So I can't review on Amazon, so I'm not a very cool ARC reader. Well, Amazon's not the only place. I actually, for my ARC team, I give a list of 5 places with the direct links to go leave the reviews in order of what I would prefer. And I think last time I did PayHip at the top, and then Amazon. And I put the caveat there that if you haven't bought, if you haven't spent $50 on Amazon in the last year, then you can't leave a review or, whatever else they have going on. But I'm wide with my books, at least, and I will be with this one too. And the one place I've told myself I should do this a few months ago, but it's another thing on the list of things to do that I'm probably not going to get to anytime soon, but is to try to drive people to leave more reviews on Apple, because I go through Drafted Digital as an aggregator platform, and I apply to all the promotions that come up, and I never get accepted for any of the Apple promotions. And I have learned from different people it's because you had needed so many reviews. And I don't think I have, I think I have one review on one book on Apple. Yeah. And I was like, I should try to do like a drive to like get some reviews just on Apple for my book so I can get into some of these promotions. Because the promotions, of course, help with visibility. But if I can't get into the promotions, I can't get the visibility. And of course, visibility also leads to reviews. And so it's like a catch 22, you know? You don't have enough reviews to get into the promotions. And but the promotions would help you get more reviews, possibly, right? So yeah. What is the right thing though? Haha, you got this. LOL, Eva. Hi, Joanne. How's it going? What will you be working on today? I am working on my seventh short story, my short story series. I got one more paragraph to finish off this chapter. I actually was going to add, I have more written in bullet points for this chapter. But I think I'm going to start another chapter to finish, and that'll be my last chapter, the second chapter. All right. That's what I'm working on at the moment. Admires Eva's troubled Amazon pass. They suspect me of suspicious things. Suspect of suspicious things. I think because of how many books I've sent out to people. Like I once mailed an author their own book since they couldn't afford to get some on their own. Oh, so like you can still buy from them, but they won't let you review. I mean, that's stupid. Oh gosh. I mean, not the whole what they're doing is crazy stuff like that. Hi, Joanne. Tackles from under receipt pile. I haven't tried to overrule it or anything. I don't even know if it's worth it, to be honest. But I mean, unless you really, really, really want to go out and start leaving reviews for people on Amazon or products on Amazon, whatever it is that you're getting, I wouldn't probably worry about it. But I'm saying that from a perspective of like, I already have too much to do. I don't need more on my plate. When I think about like trying to go overrule or, fight it, launch a complaint or whatever it is, the process is called. Eva's rebellion. LOL, how dare you read so many books, young lady. And addresses. There's a lot of addresses in my history on Amazon. LOL, hashtag free shipping. I don't know. Rita Tacos Hugs from Joanne. I'll be working on chapter 17 of project. Oh, you're making good progress, Joanne. I think the last time you were talking about chapters like chapter 9 and 10. So that's pretty good progress. Unless I just don't remember, which is also possible. My digital storage is tied to Amazon. Once that's fixed, I'll get a new Amazon Prime so I can review maybe future stuff. Heather, hey, how's it going? Popping in for a bit. Well, I appreciate you coming in. What are you working on? Heather, says Rita. Joanne, which round of revisions are you on? Do we get to see this book soon? Yeah, I've kind of given up asking because I don't want her to feel the pressure from me because I had asked so many times. I was like, oh, she probably doesn't like it when I said, oh, Shannon's asking me again. So I stopped asking. But I do want to know when we're going to see this book. I'm right with you. I'm ready for it. I'll have to read Culinary Confessions again so I can remind myself. I don't think I'll forget exactly, but I'll probably read it again. Hey, Rita from Heather. Feel that pressure, Joanne. We want to read this book. Yes. 100%. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get set up for another 1 hour long sprint. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get going on the next hour in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that was time. Sorry, I had to laugh on that. Okay. Finished off the chapter I was working on. It was another 55 words. And then spent a lot of time brainstorming this last chapter because it was a spicy chapter. So I really had to get in there and figure out what I was going to do. Especially since it's like the 7th story too in the 8-part book series. I was like, okay, how is this going to be different than the other books, than the other stories? So that took a little bit of brainstorming. That was 1081. And then started writing the chapter and got 271 words added. Oh, wow. That's like, what was it? It was 1405, the first sprint. This one's 1407. So I'm staying pretty consistent in my word count today. Okay. Let's see how you guys did. I guess I could take this off. Get back over here. There are quite a few comments. Did I mark where I left off? I thought I did. I must have passed it. I think it's when we were pressuring Joanne. There it is. Eva, I think I'm on round 3 of revisions, but yeah, this book will definitely be published next year. Fingers crossed. And I think Annie was like, sprint, when we were going on to that last sprint. I'm working on this book as fast as I can, Eva. And laughing face. I may need an accountability partner for this book at this rate. Sometimes it helps to have an accountability partner. I had one for a couple years. I posted a little bit ago on my community page about my coffee chat lives. And now I think I should have put up a poll. Do you guys like these? I think people just like polls. Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with a poll too often. Yeah. Hey, Eva. Heather. Polls are fun, but I don't always see them. Yeah, that's the other part of it is I don't always see them either. I think like Andy did like 30 days. I don't remember, Andy. I don't know if you're still here. Like went 30 days, like doing different things every day on his community posts. And I think I saw maybe 10 of them. And this was like earlier this year or last year that he was trying this out, trying to do. A lot of the stuff he did were polls, and those went over really well from what he said. Good morning, Devin. How's it going? She says, good morning. I've got some personal tests out of the way. Now it's time to write more for Dagger. Woohoo. All right. What's your word goal for the... Okay, never mind. I don't have a word count goal today. I'm just going to log the words at the end of the day. Sometimes it's just what you got to do. I don't do well doing daily word goals. I do much better doing the yearly stuff. So, but this month I thought, you know what? I'm going to try for 80K. I don't know if I'm actually going to hit 80K, but that's what I have now. I'm just tracking that instead of the yearly word goal because I did meet the yearly word goal count for the year. And I don't think people really care that if I'm going over because they're like, oh, she's going over. She's got more. So I was like, let me work on by month. I think I'm going to do that one. Hopefully you get good words in. Good morning, says Morgan. Hello, Morgan. How are you doing? How's your writing coming along? Hey, you stream later. It is. Oh, yes. I forgot it last Monday. If anyone wants to grab the link and drop that in here, I will pin that before the end of the stream. Because I forgot last Monday. And it's so funny, too, because like when people start streaming on new times, day and times, I'll like remember it one day. And then like the next week, I'll be like, was something happening today? Was there a stream going on today? And like for Monday, essentially I'm kind of thrown out of whack, too, because Dale used to do a live stream every Monday. And that was part of his podcast series on his podcast channel. And he's decided not to do the live stream. He's still doing the news and things like that he was doing on that day. He's just doing it as a video only instead of live stream. And that keeps throwing me off. I'm like, oh, no Dale tonight. Okay, I don't have to do anything on YouTube tonight. So I have to remember Morgan is going on Monday nights. I did go through a list of people in my head too last Monday. I was like, DL? No, DL goes Tuesday. And I was like, Lindsay? Nope, Lindsay goes on Tuesday. JC? Nope, JC goes on I'm saying August. What am I thinking? On Wednesday. And so I was like, okay, there's no one going on Monday. And so I had logged out and never went back. So I missed your stream. Stopping by to hug the like button. Hope everyone is well. Running errands. Thank you so much, Rachel. I appreciate that. Rachel probably, maybe, has live streams coming up. I know her last one was canceled. But I don't know if she probably has another one coming up soon. LOL Eva. And Lena says, several of my notes just say fix in brackets. I don't know if I've ever used that specific, but that looks very much like what my brackets look like. It's brackets with capital letters in the inside. Fix. I'm trying to think of what mine usually have. Mine are usually like give a name that means this, or figure out what this magic's going to look like, or what would they really wear right now in this time period, or need to figure out which continent they're actually on. Those are usually like my things in there. And then, of course, then when it comes to emotions, I tend to just, when I write fast, it's just like, okay, she's sad. And I have to like, no, come back here and fix this. And I would say, show the emotion, don't tell. Oh, I didn't read the rest of that. Sorry. And I'm beginning to think past me too much. Has confidence in future me, has too much confidence in future me, because I have no idea what I meant. That, I didn't read the rest of that. I was kind of thinking that if I left myself a note that said fix, I'd be like, what was I supposed to fix? So and I have not used the word fix before, but I have left just too little in a bracket before that I was like, what was I trying to tell myself here? So I try to be more specific with what I actually need now when I do it. I didn't start off that way when I was using brackets years ago. And I still do it occasionally. I think I came across one. I think it was the short story that I wrote for the women's group anthology that I'm part of. I had left a bracket in there, and I gave myself some note. I don't remember the note was now. And when I went through revise, I was like, don't know what I was trying to tell myself. So I went on. New sticker idea. WWAD. What would Amabel do? There you go. That would be great for your readers who love Amabel. So, Kat, hello, good morning. My morning routine was disrupted due to rain. We had rain here too. I think I'm now back on track. I think I'm going to begin with writing a book review. Are you caught up now? Because I know, like, it feels like it was a month ago when you were trying to get caught up with all the book reviews throughout the year. Where did you get your countdown timer? Oh, okay. So I am now using DaVinci Resolve, and it's kind of a pain actually, because like it's pros and cons. I was using HitFilm Express as my program. It's what I've been using for years, but they're no longer. It was a free program. I do as free as possible on everything. So it was a free program, and but they stopped supporting it as of last year. So it was getting wonky. And with that one, like, it was so easy to add a timer, but you couldn't change what it looked like. All I could do is like give it like a shadow and a glow and blah, blah, blah. So, and this one, DaVinci Resolve, they actually have a timer, time code that you can add, and you can change the font, which is really cool. Except most fonts, they jiggle on the screen. So like if you see the beginning of this one, like it's doing its jiggling thing. I was trying just to get it to grow and go to the center of the screen, and then diminish. What's this? The opposite of grow, shrink. Then shrink, and then disappear, and then the next one come up and grow, and like zoom in and zoom out basically. But they didn't have that function in DaVinci Resolve for this, so I had to grow it and shrink it. But it's still kind of like I'll show you, like you can see that it is, and the spooky, scary, nice. Oh, I love that too. That's like a feature that they have that like you don't have anything like that in HitFilm Express. In DaVinci Resolve, I have the free version. So that was like that effect is just an effect that you could just apply to your text. But I wanted to, if you see the 3, 2, 1 that come up, they kind of shake a little bit. It's not supposed to shake, but it did fine for this, right? Because it went along with the spooky Halloween stuff. But so if you use other fonts, you have to change like the spacing, and it's basically the kernel between the lettering, but they call it something else. And so it's the spacing between the each number and the spacing overall. And I kind of keep fiddling with it. And I watched a few YouTube videos and different people talking about how they did it and different places to change it. I mean, it took me like a half hour to figure out how to get the timer wrong one. So that when the actual timer was going, it wouldn't shake in place. So, because it would shake the whole time. But I do like it. And so I could try, change different fonts in this. So it's all through DaVinci Resolve. Learning it now. So since HitFilm Express is not working anymore, since they stopped supporting it. But yeah. Rita, side question. What length is best for your home decor cleaning content? Do people fall off after a certain point, or sort of go with however long it lasts? Adeshle, hello, good morning. I'll be working on either the road to the station or the road to the station 2, or editing, LOL. You said or editing. So which is editing one of those two? So I'm gonna assume Road to Station 2. That's like a second story, like a sequel, because Road to Station was your post-apocalyptic. It was a short story that ended up at 17,000 words, if I remember right. And I didn't know you were writing a part 2. That's pretty cool. Yeah. But if you say you're working on those or editing, if you're working on those, then it's not editing for those two. What are those? I'm just being curious. You know how it is. I don't even know if I'm making any sense. Like you say you're working on these 2 projects or editing. But what are you editing? Does that mean with the Road to Station 1 and 2 that you are drafting, revising? Or, sorry, my brain's like going in overdrive. You're like, I'm lost. Depends on which feels good first. Hopefully you figured one out. Nope, that wasn't too long ago, so you might not have yet. Still procrastinating. Someone send help. Okay, let me write that down so I can send you some help. I just came across something else that was about procrastination. Was it Sarah Cannon? No, I don't remember who it was. I know Emma talked about last week in one of her videos, and then I saw another one, and it made me think of you. I've gotten 1 chunk of digital storage cleared. Woo! For progress. I'm sort of hopping around for now, but I should probably start at the beginning and start tracking my progress. For deleting or getting rid of digital storage. That would be interesting. I feel like I would do that the same as like I clean my house, which I'll like start in a room and I'm like, oh, this doesn't belong in this room. It goes in this room over here. And I'll go put it into the other room. I'm like, oh, okay. So I start cleaning that room. Like, oh, this goes in that room over there. So it's a wholly different room, like a totally different one I have to go to. And the house gets clean, but you know, I'm like in every room before it actually all gets clean. So my polls get more views than any other posts, and I schedule them out until the end of October. I have posts Monday through Friday. I don't even see your posts, but I have to be honest, I don't see a lot of posts. I think they're below the fold on my YouTube homepage. So, and it doesn't, you know, you don't always get the notifications for posts. Like I rarely get one, but I do sometimes, and I don't know what makes a difference. Polls did get some engagement, but didn't move the needle for me as far as like subscriber count. Probably that's what I'm thinking. But some swear by it and they get lots of subscribers. That's what, okay. Yeah, it's probably subscriber count and whatnot. I remember you talking about that. YouTube is a bit of a test it out and see how it goes thing. Yes, I agree. Did you say 80K? Sweet. For this month. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to make it because I'm sitting at 6,323 before this day started, which I'm getting a couple thousand words today. I might get close to 3,000 by the end of the day, which is half of what I did last week. Yeah. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have about 3,000 a day, but I should have had close to 20,000 by the end of the first week if I wanted to hit 80,000 for the month. If I want to be like on track at a steady rate, which just means I'm going to have to do a whole lot near the end of the month, which I think I'm going to be there anyways because I just lost my place. I'm gonna be there anyways because this month was gonna be revision. Well, I've already revised my novel, my work in progress, and that was 110,000 words. That's what I did last week. And I wanted to finish off this 7th short story because it was almost done. And then I'm going to start over at short story number 1 and then revise. But even with all the short stories altogether, 7, that's roughly, I would say close to 80,000 words that I have to revise. Now, of course, that's not going to be toward my word count. That's how many words I need to go through, which is less than 110 that I went through last week. So I think I should be able to get through all of those this week and maybe part of next week. And then I'll start drafting new stuff. When I start drafting new stuff, I'll be adding to the word count more. So you have great polls, Devin. I don't even remember seeing any Devin's polls, at least not on YouTube. I've seen them. I saw it in her Substack. Saw it somewhere. Time for me to go. Have a good day. You too, Andy. Thanks so much for coming. I've heard good things about DaVinci Resolve. I like it. I know I got the free program, and there's just so much you can do with it. And, you know, it's been around for a while. And Daniel Batal, I think is how you say his name. I used to watch him. He's one of the YouTubers that help YouTubers grow on YouTube. So that's what the content he would make. And he makes other content too. But he's like really good with like video editing and stuff like that. And he's a musician as well. Like he did a music video that was supposed to be like a parody of something or other. I can't remember what it was, but it was so funny. And that was years ago when I was watching him. But when I was looking up, you know, videos on how to do things on DaVinci Resolve last week, so I could get some of these things put together. He has a whole like series of YouTube shorts is DaVinci Resolve for noobs. So when you look at him, he looks like a rocker. Like he's got really long curly hair that reminds you like the big hair band days or whatever he called them. So he reminds you of that. But yeah, but he makes it really simple. Like I started after a while, started actually looking like for him specifically when I had an answer or something, because I'd watch some YouTube videos and I'm like, that didn't work. Nope, that didn't work. But everything he did, that he answered the question I was looking for, and did it really, really quick in less than 1 minute. So yeah, he was really good at giving lots of great information on how to do the simple things with DaVinci Resolve, which I need because I'm just now using it for the first time. So later, Andy. Thanks for catching him because I think I missed him. Thank you, Emma. Do daily posts help with YouTube algorithm? That would have been cool to ask Andy while he was still here. I don't know if he caught that or not. He probably left out already. I don't know. Well, I think that when Andy did it, he did it straight for, I think, 30 days. It was with the idea of growing his subscriber base. I'm pretty sure that's why he did it. And it was based off of some of the things that were being talked about, like in Dale's community. We were talking about some of that stuff over there. And I don't know if that helped with the algorithm. Like I did see some of his posts when he was doing it every day, which I rarely see posts. Like I don't really get the notifications for them, but I was seeing some of his. So maybe DaVinci is such a freaking pain. Yeah. I've gotten more feedback and follows from posts than the videos I've posted. So you've got like more community engagement, which is what the posts are supposed to be like doing. I would say that DaVinci is probably not any harder than like what HitFilm Express was. When I first started using HitFilm Express, I had questions about so many things, but there's so many limitations. I think it's kind of like GIMP versus Photoshop in a way. Like GIMP is a free version of Photoshop. Like what some things will take like one step in Photoshop, you have to do like 3 different steps in GIMP or more to get the same effect that you're trying to get. Like for like a metal effect, I was working on that yesterday. I was trying to get a metal effect on an image. So I felt like that's kind of what it was with DaVinci Resolve. It took extra steps to get a similar thing that I could get in one step in HitFilm Express, but it was just that one thing that happened with. And otherwise the other stuff was really easy. Like if I wanted that with the scary, spooky, the way that the title came in at the very beginning, like if I wanted to do that in HitFilm Express, that would have been multiple steps of me doing it. And I probably would never have done it, where it was just a one-click apply to the title, to the text in DaVinci Resolve. And it was like one of several different effects I could choose from, which was really, really cool. Very cool. No, I'm still way behind. Oh, okay. I'm on the verge of just doing my star ratings and putting the date I complete the books. I have trouble letting go, start fresh in 2026. I mean, you could keep plodding along like what you're doing as much as you can. And then when you come to December, like near the end of the year, and you're like, I still have this many more to go. All right, now let's just do star ratings. I don't know if that would make you feel better. That's probably how I would approach it to try to make myself feel better about it. I mean, when you were really putting your energy into getting the reviews done, you were catching up really fast, but then you had to, redirect your energy to other things that took priority. But when you did have your priority on that, you were getting through them really quickly. I thought anyways, it felt like to me, based on your progress. Cat. I'm going ahead and setting up the coffee chat stream for 12:30. Okay, cool. I've been in planners otherwise and pulled a few affirmation cards for content ideas. Hi, Heather. Hi, Emma. If you want to drop that link, Heather, whenever you've got it, please feel free to drop it in the chat. I keep reading, so the pile never seems to go down. Imagine that. I need a blank slate. I told myself I just want to be more intentional in what I was reading, only in that I wanted to mark down what I was reading. And last year, I kind of kept with it. I would say about this time period last year, I kind of fell off. And every now and then I go and update it. And at the end of the year, I had to sit there and go through all of my Kindle and all my physical books and figure out, okay, which ones did I read and write them down. And so I thought, okay, this year I'm going to be better. But my reading has like tripled this year compared, because I think I was like 111 books last year. I don't remember. I think that's the right number. And this year I stopped right about the AWC, and I have 104 books written down. And so, and just since like Saturday, I've completed 4 books. So I read a lot. Yeah, I read a lot. Yes, I'd either be editing Road Station 1 or the Not So Short Story. Okay. I don't think I've ever got a notification for posts other than posts that mention my channel. I'm trying to figure out, I don't think I've ever gotten a notification for a post on my PC. When I was saying it earlier, I was thinking, I don't think I've ever seen it there. I've seen it on my phone, on the YouTube app. But then I don't go onto the YouTube app on my phone much, and that's probably why I don't see too many notifications for them. Thanks for the info, guys, to Andy and Devin. Hey, Emma, happy Monday to you. The plan wasn't to start working on book 2 of the short story, but I have an easy start. And it didn't take long. That said, I still do need to edit the first one. I tried a very stripped back version of my writing in the first one, which I'm not a huge fan of. However, I think it works. I would say my novella, The Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince, is a Prince. Prince is a stripped back version of my writing. Like it's very fast paced, and it's like the only book my husband can read because he doesn't like things that have like a lot of words that like go into describing stuff. And some of the reviews I've received have kind of touched on those things. Like, I wish there was more world building, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah. I mean, I was trying to really strip it back. And so I feel like I understand what you're saying with this, because I don't think I'm a huge fan of that either. As much as I do like the story, and I'm probably never going to touch it, but it could have been better if I would have added more. I don't think I'm ever going to write something like that again, because I do think it was too stripped back. Hi, Christina. How's it going? Hi, Kat. You can get the 80K. Just let the words fly. Yeah, when I start drafting, they can come. I just don't add very much when I'm revising. Like, I'm drafting today. It's the only reason why I'm going to hit like half the words that I hit last week, because I'm actually drafting today, brainstorming and drafting. Last week was just revision. So, and I remember when I totaled up my word count for last week, it's like 6,000 words. Wow, this is so little, because I'm used to getting like 10 to 12,000 words in a week. So it was like half of what I've been doing. So, but that I was like, yeah, that's right. You're just revising. So I'm waiting till you edit. When I edit, I might have like 2 words in a whole hour of editing. So it drops way down when I'm editing. Thank you for the reminder. Hydrate, feed thyself, save progress, save your progress, save your progress. Laundry, take meds, stretch, show some love to the like button. Also make sure you sub and ring that bell so you hopefully get notified. The only cleaning I didn't do yesterday that I wanted to do was vacuum. I'm doing a quick vacuum next sprint and getting myself ready for your live stream. Don't forget to drop the link, or if anybody else sees it, if it pops up in their notifications, please drop it. Crushed it with editing. You edited 110K words in 2 to 3 days. It was 2 days, but it was 2 full days. So I don't know what time. Hold on. It was a lot of hours. If I put it all together. But yeah, I spent a full 2 days revising. And I much prefer that. I work better when I spend like all my time on one thing, and I can really, really get into it. And I feel like I can stay like current in my mind. I don't know if that makes sense. So 732 minutes divided by 60. 12 hours. 12.2 hours is how long it took me to revise it. Hi, Adeshle and Heather from Christina. Hi, Christina, and thanks. Hi, Devin. You're welcome from Adeshle from Christina. Hi, Christina. Oh, but I still have to work on the sequel to another story, Blood and Bonds 2. I may just work on that slowly. You're like me. You're like, which project do I want to work on today? Like, I know how the story will start, but I'm not sure how much I want to put into it. Like, it could end up being a long story. I'd like to have an outline for it to help contain my writing. I'm not sure how much. Well, how long are you wanting it to be? You just say it's another story. So is this supposed to be a short story, a novella, or a novel? I mean, it could be just a novel, and you're just trying to make sure it's not like going to hit 300,000 words or something like my next book. But at best, I'll probably just have a few main scenes, and I'll discovery write the rest. I really do like discovery writing. I've been outlining these short stories, but I'm ending up, by the time I've gotten to the 7th one here, I'm not even following my original outline, but I do start off and brainstorm before I write each chapter. And that I've learned helps me write chapters faster. And I still come up with things that were not in my brainstorming. I'm like, oh, I like that. What am I going to do with it? I'm not sure. I'll just keep it in there until I figure out what to do with it later. I just came across something like that when I was revising my novel last week. I had put something, I put a line in there, and I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do with this. And I made a note. I made a comment to myself. I was like, I threw this in there. I don't know what I'm doing with this. So when I revised it last week and I was going through, and I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I don't even know if it's necessary for this story. So I ended up taking it out. But I do that sometimes. But sometimes I end up leaving it in and it gets used somehow. There's the link. Yay. Thank you. Just figured out how to add a timer in Clipchamp. I'm going to start making timers later. Woo-hoo. Hopefully they have lots of different things that you can choose from, because I was very limited in Hit Foam Express. Like the timer, the numbers had to look the same no matter what I did. It was the same. COVID and my 2D passing messed up my momentum. This is the first week since the week of August 18th that I'm tackling book reviews again. I'll probably do what you said, Shannon. Yeah, plot along until December. I mean, that's the way I would approach it, but I know we're all different. So, but yeah, I know you really want to leave the reviews. Hey, Christina from Cat. I'm a wee bit sad today. Oh no, sad and annoyed. The road people came by at 7 a.m. and started chopping branches off my prettiest tree, and then told me that over 2/3 of my front yard is not mine. What? Aw, like you should have the plans like for your house, maybe. I don't know. I know that usually they do file them with the city or whatever town you're in. That sucks. I'm so sorry. So many projects, so little time to decide. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't like my trees being cut either. We have a tree in the backyard my husband really, really wants to cut down. I'm like, no, no. But he's like, all of these fall in the pool. I was like, I don't want to cut it down. I want to keep it. Restrip backstory. I had to decide if I want to layer more onto it and still find a way to enjoy it. Like it still has the DNA of my writing, but a lot is pulled back. Yeah, that's the same that with my novella too, like the like introspection, characterization. So we'll see. That's no fun to Christina. Nope. I wouldn't want to lose the trees either. Alrighty, I got to the end. Let's go to the next. My calculator is in the way. So if anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll be doing another hour. Oh, this is my favorite timer. This one I just made, this Halloween one, and this next one I just made too with DaVinci Resolve. So yeah, if anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started in the next hour in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? Let me cover my numbers down here. 967. That one I did some dictation, but then I wasn't liking where the scene was going. So then it took me a while to figure out how I wanted to write it. But still, not bad word count. And this is like the end of the book, or the end of the story. I know I say book. It is going to be like a book, but it's a short story. But I want to publish it as a single item on Amazon when it's done. But yeah. Left off here, we're talking about the notifications. The only notification we got was when the dog started barking and freaking out. Wait, I feel like I fell behind somewhere. Follow up 50K, which means realistically 80K. Why did I mark this? I don't know why I marked this. I did star this for some reason. I feel like I didn't see. Did I see this one? The first Blood and Bonds fell to a long short story category, probably 12K-ish. But I could see the follow-up story easily going 50K, which means realistically 80K, right? They said it is the road, so the state. Oh, okay. I remember. We're talking about the trees, and them cutting them back, and then them telling Christina that was part of their property, not her property. And she said, they said it was the road, so the state or the county, but it used to be about 10, 15 feet, and now it's 40 feet. I have heard of them doing things like that before. The only notification we got was when the dog started barking and freaking out. They probably felt like, well, we don't have to tell you, it's ours. Yeah. But I've heard of them doing that, like claiming more of the, like certain parts of roads, like claiming further out from it because they need to widen it or whatever. And so, that's terrible. Mm-hmm. And then JC came in. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. I did. And the week is it's starting off really well. And hey, everyone, says JC. How are you doing? Are you working on anything today? Hi, JC from Emma. Emma. Kat says, my goal for book reviews is to write at least one review Monday through Thursday. If I end up with some spare time after working on other tasks, then I can always go back and write more. That's a good way to, making progress without the stress. That's a good way of approaching it. I've tried to do that with writing, and I don't have that. I can do it with other stuff, but writing, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to write for 2 sprints, and then I'm going to spend a sprint doing admin or whatever it is I need to get done that day. I'll just end up writing the whole day. And I had to find a different way, but it does work for other things for me to do that. My review today is complete. Check. Now we'll work on a schedule for a buddy read I'm doing with my friend Alex. We are reading the Dark Tower series together, and book 2 is next. Is that Stephen King? Or am I thinking of a different Tower book? Probably are doing Stephen King. Scary month, right? October. Paula, hello. Hey, Shannon, chat. Popping in to make friends with like that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Eva says to JC, hey, I just watched your latest vlog today. And if you ever add timers, make a JC vlog playlist once we get all the music. Gwen is here. Hello, morning friends. Getting a head start on the homework today. Sounds like a great way to start. Thank you, Shannon. More almost ready. See you all later. Wait. Oh, she said 12:30. I was thinking 12:30 my time. It's her time. She's already going. Her sprint is already going. Wait, I gotta find where's it at? I had it somewhere. I was just like, oh, I got another hour. Well, half hour now. But at the time I was looking, I was like, another hour. And then Heather's stream starts. Okay, I'm gonna go over there and say hello when we get done with this chat here. In which Heather did drop her link earlier if you want to go and hang out. Hey, Eva. Thank you. You're not the first person to inquire about my vlog music, LOL. And Gwenna from JC. JC, my love. Just ate some lunch and going to hop off for some phone calls. Thanks for hosting. Hopefully you got some words in. Happy sprinting, everyone. Thank you so much for being here, Devin. Homework sounds fun. Which subject? Good to see you, Gwenna. How have you been from Joanne? Eva, just a liberal arts, gen ed, diversity, and online learning, humanities, interest stuff. That sounds like a lot. Like, it's gen ed, diversity, humanities, liberal arts. Well, liberal arts would include humanities. Yeah. So, are you liking it? Rephrasing, what is art? Okay, well, here we go. This is more specific. What is art? What is culture? And 1,000 words until I meet the length requirement to get 100 on the assignments. Oh, so you just have to meet a word count. I can stuff lots of words in 1,000 words if I just have to meet a word count. I'm all right today. How are you? That's one of the things when I would teach my students, and in my level 1 classes, right? I had to teach them how to write more concisely, how to choose words that represent what you mean, try to avoid passive writing, all of that. So I teach them all this. And this was like several different lessons over a couple of weeks. I think it was like 3 or 4 weeks. And of course, the students are always groaning, oh, this is going to cut our word count, but I need to meet the word count in this essay. And I was like, don't you want your essay to be impactful? You want to have the words that make the difference. But then I would get to one lesson. I always say this at the very end. And this is near the end of the semester, actually. No. I got my food up here and my cat wants it. And it was this idea of, and I've talked about it here, but it's been a while since I've talked about it. E prime. So E dash prime, Prime. And it stands for English prime. It used to be, when you looked it up, you would get a statistical system for psychology. I wonder if it's still like that. It's been a little while since I looked it up. Yeah, software for behavioral research used by institutions to design and run experiments with high precision. So you have to go through. Oh, actually, Wikipedia is like the third one that comes up here, where it talks about denotes a restrictive form of English in which authors avoid all forms of the verb to be. So if you write and you're trying to not use the to be verbs, so like am, was, were, whatever, all of those are in there, you will actually add more word count to what you're writing, because it's all about being more specific about what you're writing about, which kind of went along with all my lessons that I would teach them, trying to make your words mean what you're trying to say. But then it can also lead to some pretty funny things. And the example I always use was, instead of saying I was born in 1980, you would say I slipped from my mother in 1980 or slipped out of my mother in 1980. So more words, but a bit more comical than just to say I was born in 1980. But so it does help to clarify. It clarifies language and thought when you try to avoid to be verbs. And I do try to avoid them anyways in my writing. It's hard to not use them at all. And not using them also helps you to cut down on passive voice, because often, to be verbs are part of passive constructions. Not all to be verbs is a passive construction, but almost all passive constructions have a to be verb. So, but yeah, anyways, that would help you add words. There you go. I've been better. Writing is happening. So I'm making a mood board for a contest entry. Nice. What's the prize? Yes, The Dark Tower is Stephen King. Okay, I had that right. I wasn't sure. I was really like, don't know if I have this right in my head or not. Thanks for hosting today, Shannon. Have a beautiful day. You too, Christina. Just for anyone who's still here, I'm not ending. So I think she just has to leave out. So don't leave if you're still wanting to do some more sprints. I will definitely go at least another hour or two. I want to finish this short story, and I'd like to go ahead and get started on revising the first short story that's in this short story series. So say that 10 times fast. I can't. And thank you for reminding us of all the things, Christina. I love that. Thank you. I think it's a cash prize of $50. Oh, that's cool. There's Heather's stream. Thank you for putting it again, Christina. That's really nice. There's some critical thinking involved, but honestly, I attended 3 intensive years at a much harder liberal arts school. So I guess I'm just really not invested yet. It happens. Yeah. Ooh, now that E prime lesson sounds like fun. Yeah, and I would challenge my students. It was a professor who developed this idea. He lived in Washington State. I don't know if he's still there. I don't know if he's still teaching. This was back when I was teaching, and that was 6 years ago now. Yeah, so it's been a minute since I was teaching. But he was teaching in Washington at the time, the college level, and he would make his students write all of their essays with E prime. So they were not allowed to use E prime or to be verbs at all. Which I think is very, very hard. I've tried to do it myself, writing an essay. So I just challenged my students, and I was like, choose one paragraph in your essay. So this is an essay. They already gave me their first draft. I said, take one, and I would teach them. I specifically taught them this lecture after they wrote. It was the third essay, first draft. So they've already written a couple essays. They've kind of got the deal down. And so I said, okay, take one paragraph and write it to be in E prime, and I'll give you extra credit points for it if you attempt it. So yeah, and a lot of them would attempt it. So yeah, it was pretty cool seeing how they did that. Hi, Kat, how's it going? And oh yeah, I'm hanging out. Don't know what I was saying. It's okay. But you were stuck on the idea, right? 3 days a week. I typically only do three sprints, and we've done three sprints. So, right? Was that three or was that just two? I don't know how many sprints that was. We've done a few. I think there was three. That was the third one. That was the third one. So that's probably what you had in your mind was that, oh, she did three sprints, we're done. But Monday I do go a little bit longer. So, but no problem. I just wanted to clarify because usually when people say, goodbye or whatever, thanks for sprints, some people are like, oh, okay, that was the last sprint. I'm like, so I try to hurry up and clarify before people log off. But I'm gonna go over and say hello to Heather over in her sprint. Hopefully she should be still going. I feel bad that I messed up the time zone again. What is it with time zones? I messed it up twice last week and missed two things last week. But yes, okay. One more sprint to go. No, we're probably gonna do two more sprints today. So we got two more in the future here. Anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 3, 2, 1, 60 minutes on the clock, and good luck. Okay, that is time. How did you do? I finished off that short story. It was 534 more words I had to add. And then I wanted to put it into AutoCrit and see what it would tell me. I kind of did like a preview of AutoCrit last week, I think. I really like the alpha and beta readers that you can now do. It's all AI, but they're very specific on what they're looking at. I'm like, oh gosh, okay, two of these I'm gonna have to go change because they have some that are already made and you can change them, like what they look for, and then you can make your own as well. So I have a couple that I've made myself, but I some of the things I had to change was um, like oh, I don't remember what it was I took out, but basically, like it couldn't understand that like something darker that happened in a previous chapter did not mean that later chapters that there was no consent happening in an intimate scene, because there was obviously stuff that happened in between that changed the relationship or whatnot. Like it couldn't understand that. So it basically said, well, these are, crossing my consent lines, hard boundaries. This does not fit for what I'm looking for or whatever. So I had okay, got to take that out of there. And now I realize I need to take out the harm to animals part. I don't go out of my way to harm animals. And in this short story, they're in the middle of a swamp and they have no food. And he leaves out and comes back with two birds that he killed that they're going to eat. I don't talk about how they die. I don't care. I don't explain it. I don't explain what they look like. They're just two dead birds. And two of my readers that have that no cruelty to animals as part of their makeup, like this was a hard boundary for me. I couldn't really get into the story because of this death. And I was like, what? I'm like, and one of them did even say like, what did it say? And it says, because the manuscript includes on-page killing of animals, which there's no on killing. He leaves out, says he's going to go get some food, comes back with two dead birds. But it just says he returns with swamp birds that he's killed and prepares them by the fire. But I just say basically he prepares them to cook. That's it. I don't even talk about it. But it says my content boundary is explicit. Harm to animals on page is a non-starter. Even though this scene is framed as survival, it still appears on page and is explicit enough to violate my hard line. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, this is fantasy. And it's back when you couldn't just go to the supermarket and buy your food that's already not looking like an animal anymore. So, oh yeah. Well, there you go. That's AI for you. So that's all I did. I finished up. It only took me like 27 minutes to finish my short story. And the rest of it was me putting into AutoCrit and reading the analysis and then reading all the beta reader analysis, because I have 5 of them all together. So I haven't got through. I have the analyzer and the genre superfan I still need to read. But overall, it's pretty good scores. Even the 2 that had like the hard line or like the animal cruelty, they still scored me high, like 87% for one and 81% for the other. So, yeah, okay. That's what it is. Let's see how you guys did, if I find the right tab. Here we go. Left off here with Christina say, oh, yeah, I'm hanging out. Don't know what I was thinking. Oh, that was the saying that there was more sprints coming up. And then Kat said, I'm working on ice skating rom-com movie script. Nice. I forgot. I did say I went over to Heather's stream and said hello. It was a coffee chat, so it wasn't like sprinting. So I kind of said hello, said a few things, and then I went back to writing. I hung out until she left, but yeah. Do you find that you like writing movie scripts, Kat? The I slipped on my mother line was great, right? I will now be using the word slip in my edits. Oh no. As long as you're not slipping out of your mother, or your characters are not slipping out of their mothers. Kat, you rock, crushing writing goals over there. I see ya. And then hi, Joanne from Adeshle. And Kat says, so Adeshle, what do you mean I'm crushing my writing goals? I mean, I am, but what do you mean by it? Oh, I'm confused. I think he's just being your cheerleader right now. It's awesome. You didn't know I was gone, but I'm back. Well, welcome back, Morgan. Was working at the office this morning, but just got back home to finish work from home. I couldn't focus there. Yeah. I have a hard time focusing. I have to have I have a laptop, so I've tried to start writing now, like out in the living room with my family. But like every single time someone gets up and leaves the couch, Like even if it's just go get some water or go use the bathroom, like my attention's taken. I'm like, what are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? Oh, they're coming back. Now they're coming back. Oh, did the cats follow them? Oh, did the dog follow them? Where's the dog at? Like I cannot stay focused. So I get that. Hey, Morgan from JC. Welcome back, basically, because we didn't know you were gone, but now we know you're back. JC from CAD. Well, I know you have been working on the story you sent me, and you're working on a script, and I've seen the words you put out from your YouTube. So there you go. That's how he knows that you're getting them words. I mean, you might not be crushing your goals, but you'd be crushing dream word count goals. Love that. Hi, JC from Adeshale. Gwen says, stepping away to drive home. Got a discussion post and 2 replies done, but need a screen break before I do the rest. Ugh, I totally understand that. Take the break that you need. Take care of you. Kat says, Adeshale, oh, I didn't realize you still watch my YouTube videos. Thank you for that and all the support you give. Oh, love that. Hi, JC from Morgan. Rita says, been lurking, a lunch. Still sorting through all the cluttery places. I don't know if did you see, I don't know if Eva's still here, but she did ask you a question earlier, like, oh wait, did you answer it? I feel like the question was asked, but I don't remember an answer. And maybe you did answer it, and I just don't remember it. Like if there's a certain goal or time amount that you found that works better for your clean with you or whatever type the videos that you make when you're cleaning. Kat says, LOL, my dog scared one of our cats by barking over her head, and then both cats tag teamed to attack the dog. So funny. Now Lily is scared of her brother and sister for a bit. Oh, poor doggo. She'll be annoying them again later, I'm sure. Okay, so it's what comes around comes around. What comes around goes around. There we go. Hey, Adeshale from JC. Got this chapter done. Woohoo! Nice. Awesome progress. Made another cup of coffee, talked to my hubby on the phone for a few minutes, created the Dark Tower book 2 schedule, and sent to Alex for approval. What are you guys doing, like a chapter a week or more than that? Because I think you were doing a chapter a week when you were doing, yes. I can't remember the name of the book now. I keep forgetting. I can see the cover. I don't know if I'm mixing it up with Profit First cover. But the one book that was a bit denser, the writing... it was the, forget it. I can't remember, but I think you said you slowed that one down a little bit. So how many chapters are y'all doing it? Like, is it like a couple a week or are you doing do you have a schedule set out for like a month or by day? I ate lunch, getting ready for a short meeting. Nice. What'd you have for lunch? I ate a beef and bean burrito. I did do that too. I got lunch too. The beta reader option sounds great. I've been sick for days, still am. I would have loved to have run that. Came back today and get its feedback. If you want to send me your story, I'll put it through. Adeshale, I don't know if you want me to see your story, but if you want to send me your story, contact me on Discord. And then I can run it through because it lets you, well, you can download reports. I'm assuming you can download beta reader reports too. Copy a clipboard, copy to note. I'm sure there's a way to download it. Even if I can copy to clipboard, it means I can copy it to a Word document. Although, I don't know if you want Shannon's cheerleader. But yeah, I could do like the analyzer, the genre super fan, and then tell me what other genre you have. I can run it for you. I don't mind doing that. If you want. You don't have to do that. What? I'm talking to the computer. Talking to people over there. Thor's like over here, like trilling at me and lifting his head, like, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? He did it twice. I got one video edited and started at the beginning of 2025 for digital cleanup. Did you get very far? So if you're starting at the beginning of 2025, are you clocking progress by like how many months you get through, or in the future though? Oh, okay. Writing scripts is fun. A little confusing on how I make it realistic and exciting. I'm overthinking it. Yeah, I think writing scripts are interesting. It's, you don't have to worry so much. You have directions and stuff for shots, but you don't really put as much in there. And the story is carried through dialogue. So I think writing scripts is very useful for honing your dialogue. Yeah. Good stuff, Kat. Have you considered dramatizing one of your books for like podcasts? It's something I've been thinking about. I had Sloppy Joe sandwich and chips. Oh, that sounds good. I love Sloppy Joes. It's been a while since I had Sloppy Joe. Oh, and I'm getting editing done. Nice. Atomic Habits, yes. Why could I not remember this? I was like, that book that helps you do things when you're supposed to be doing them. And I'm like, that's what was in my head. I was like, I'm not saying that because that makes no sense. But you probably would have known what I meant, Atomic Habits. So it's a book that helps you get into habits and keep them. Yes. I'm in January still, but yes, I'm going to go by month. Nice. So you know how you're tracking your progress. I haven't, but it might be cool. Podcast would have to be on YouTube, I think. I do like the podcast that I've done, right? It's on YouTube, but I also put it on. It used to be something else, but it's now taken over by Spotify. What did it used to be called? Podcast. It used to be called. I almost had it. Anchor FM. But now it's Spotify. Spotify bought them out, but it's an aggregator. So it's like Drafted Digital is for books, where you can put your stuff on, Drafted Digital, and it'll send it out to all these different places. So you can do the same thing, and it's free. I try to do things as free as possible. I don't try to pay for stuff. So yeah, I always upload, and you can do video on there as well as on YouTube, or you can just do audio. Excuse me, I got the hiccups now. I don't know why. I ate that burrito. But yeah, so I put on Spotify. I'd have to get the right, because it's not just Spotify, it's like some other website. I just always click on the link I have is creators for Spotify for creators. It's creators.spotify.com is what it is. So you just go there, and it's free to start your podcast there. So I just put all of my podcast episodes on there. You can schedule it out just like YouTube. You can see analytics. The analytics are not as in-depth as it is on YouTube, and people don't seem to interact. As far as I can tell, I could be doing something wrong. Like, I get some interaction on my videos, not all of them, but the actual podcast videos, people will usually leave a comment or whatever, but people don't really leave comments not on the Spotify one. Now, I don't really pay attention to the other places that it's at. I just don't go there. I don't go to. Every now and then I'll go check it out just to see that the episodes are going out to all these other places. So it goes to Amazon, it goes to Apple, used to go to Google, but Google just got rid of their podcast stuff. There's lots of other places it goes, but it just sends it out. And every now and then I'll go through and check. But I think I've checked it like maybe 3 times how long have I been going? 3 years. Well, 4 years. It'll be 4 years, 4.5 years when we end the podcast, because we're going to be ending it next season. So, yeah. Where was I at? Atomic Habits by James Clear. Yeah. Shannon's cheerleader. That's awesome. Yeah, I made it because I needed something that was like going to. Can I like open it? Read more. So here it says, hey there, I'm all about reading stories that make me feel deeply, whether that's laughing out loud, holding my breath during a twist, or tearing up at a tender moment. I dive in with enthusiasm and genuine investment, always looking to celebrate where your story already shines. Now, some of this I took from some of the other beta readers, and I kind of added other stuff in there, but that's kind of it. It's got a few paragraphs, and then some questions that guide my feedback include: what scenes made me smile, gasp, or cry, and why? When did I start rooting for the key relationships, and did that feeling grow? Did the pacing keep the emotional momentum steady, or were there lulls? So there's like quite a few questions, bullet point questions that it looks at. When it comes to content, I'm pretty open. I don't shy away from violence, romance, or gritty themes because I write dark fantasy stuff. So it's darker at least than what these beta readers like. So they're part of the stories I love. My only hard line is on graphic harm to children or animals. See, I probably have to take that out because I didn't graphically harm an animal, but because there was the killing of birds, which happened off screen, but was for food. There was a hard line to that. If it's essential to the plot, I ask it to be handled with care and minimal detail. Similarity, self-harm, or suicidal themes should be treated sensitively without glamorization and ideally framed to support or hope. If you want a cheerleader who sees your story's heart and helps you turn up the volume on what already works, I'm your reader. I'm here to celebrate your wins and keep your spirits high, guiding you to the finish that truly satisfies. So, wow, that could be a pun. But anyways, this one is not like strictly like romance or fantasy or anything. It's more about, the strengths of the work. So I like Shannon's cheerleader. And thanks. Yeah. Or Morgan, I haven't had a sloppy Joe in forever. That's what I was just thinking. I haven't had one for a long time. I can't remember the last one I had. It's been a while. That makes sense, Kat. Scott Sigler had done most of his audiobook on podcasts, which, we can do on YouTube now, like you said. I love Atomic Habits. Good book. Yeah, we liked it. Yeah. I was listening to a book called The Division, Hearts on Fire, Tom Clancy and Casey Whalen. It was cool and got me thinking into it even more. Is that a writing book or is it something else? It feels like it's something else. And Tom Clancy sounds familiar, but I can't place it. Casey Whalen has been doing it for years. He did post-apoc zombie stuff. Okay, maybe it is a writing book. It's the one thing I know how to cook. Not really, but it was my husband's request for dinner. They were pretty good. No, I spent many years in my marriage with only one thing I could cook. So now I can do more. What about Substack? Yeah, you can put it on Substack too. Well, I don't know. Do they do audio on Substack? I feel like I want to say yes to that, but I'm not on Substack, so I don't know what that is. It used to be Anchor FM, not anymore. It got bought out by Spotify, but I just remember it because when I saved the website, it was Anchor FM. So the title on my save website that's on my folders, right? When you save links and stuff like that on your toolbar or whatever that thing's called, it's Anchor FM. But I click on it, it goes to Spotify, Creator Spotify. Ooh, Anything podcast. Yep, we're going all the way to podcast 100, episode 100. So we've got two authors we're interviewing for next season. We have Adeshle, and then we have Tiffany from YouTube. So, and then the other 2 episodes, it was 5 episodes altogether. 2 of the episodes we're going to be doing books. We're going to be talking about books, and I like both of them. I have like a whole huge list of TBR of writing. They're books that are writing, craft, indie publishing, building an audience, not necessarily author related, just building an audience, and marketing, not always marketing that's just marketing books, but just tricks and stuff with marketing. But the ones so I have a whole list and I put them in order of what I liked, but then I put it in alphabetical order for my co-host. And I said, choose your top 5 and put it in the order that you like. And I shared one book in the top 5 of one of them and the top 5 in the other, I believe. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Anyways, we're doing The Power of the Dark Side, Creating Great Villains in Dangerous Situations by Pamela J. Smith. And then the second book we're doing is The Relaxed Author, Take the Pressure Off Your Art and Enjoy the Creative Journey by Joanna Penn and Mark Leslie Lefebvre. So yeah, so we'll be doing those 2 books. And then our last episode will be episode 100. And that's going to be myself, the 2 co-hosts we currently have, and Morgan is coming back because she was a co-host for over half the time the podcast was going. And we're just going to talk about what we learned from the podcast and our future, what we're probably going to do for the future, any future goals that we have, whether or not we actually do those things, but, just things that we're hoping to do in the future. I'm assuming. I haven't actually written the questions yet for that because we're not going to record that one until next year. I'm going to do it closer to the end of the actual podcast before we re-record it. Once had an active podcast long ago. I never had a podcast before. This is my first one. Sloppy Joes are part of our regular rotation, fairly cheap and very delicious, and also very easy to make. Shannon's cheerleader sounds great. Yeah, I love it. Tom Clancy's The Hunt for Red October. That's why it sounds familiar. I've actually never seen the show, but I'm familiar with it. He's known for bringing lots of attention to techno thrillers. Ooh, I love Joanna Penn. Me too. I love like how she approaches being an author. Like being strategic about it, but at the same time, not putting too much stress on yourself. Right. So yeah, it's lots of lessons to learn. The Division is a video game that came out some years ago. Oh, is that the book that we were just talking about? I don't know, the Division. Yeah, you did say Division, didn't you? Hearts on Fire. Okay. So the Division then, it's a book. It's not like a writing book or anything like that. It's an actual book. That's an actual like a genre book. But they made some books from it. Tom Clancy's name is on the one I mentioned, Hearts on Fire, but he did not write it. He passed in early 2000s, I believe. I do not know. All right, got to the end of the comments. We've got one more sprint left before we call it a day, and then we'll grab Morgan. I don't know if you're still here. If you want to drop the link to your sprints, or if anyone wants to grab her link and drop it into the chat. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to go to the next timer. Anyone who needs to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time on the last sprint. How did you do? Let me write down my time here. So didn't get right into doing much. Oh wait, I gotta put it where the what am I on? Wildfire and the sun prints. Editing. So I did editing for 20 minutes. My focus was somewhere else. Part of that time. Part of the time I was talking with others. How much did I do? Oh, it's in my calculator. 38 words. I had 38 words in 20 minutes of editing. I started reading my first short story in the series, Wildfire and the Sun Prince. And actually, I've already revised this once before. I still have to add some things in there because I still don't have the name of my male protagonist in the story. I revised it to like drastically cut word count because I felt like I needed to cut the word count. But since I've done that, I did find out like how I could figure out like if my stories would be accepted for 1 hour reads. So, I kind of knew from Amazon that's roughly 40 pages. So they don't go by word count, they go by pages. And when they go by pages, well, that also includes like your copyright page and your title page and your about the author page and the other books by the author page and however else you want to set all that up. So I was like, okay, what is the actual like range? And so I did find that out. That was like middle of last week. It says 33 to 43 pages. And I did find out it's based off the print book, even though the 1 hour reads categories I'm looking at are all ebooks. They base it off the print book, how many pages. So I thought, okay, well, let me take my first draft of this short story. And then so this was also what I just did now before I started going into the document. So I put it into Atticus to see how many print pages it would be. And the first draft, which I had cut like 2,000 words from, I don't know if it was 2,000. It might have been a little less than 2,000. But the original draft was only 37 pages. So I was like, oh, well, I actually have like 4 more pages here I can mess with, which it had the copyright and title page in it built into it and a contents page. So then that would leave me, a page for about the author and sign up on the newsletter and probably 2 or 3 pages for that. So I was like, okay, this actually isn't bad. I don't really need to cut all these words. But I thought, but it could tighten the writing. So this is all what I did for the sprint, because this is why I only spent 20 minutes in my draft. Was okay. So then I took both documents, the first draft and the second draft, where I had cut a bunch of words, and I what's the word function? It's called compare. So you can compare 2 documents, and it shows you all the changes you made, and you can go through on one document where it puts all the changes. So it puts it in there like track changes. So you can go in there, accept or not accept the changes that you've made between the 2 documents. So I was doing that. And then doing a little bit of editing as I was going through. So that's where I edit the 38 words. I didn't add words that I had originally like deleted that I decided to add back in. If I decide to add them back in, well, I've already written them once. I didn't add. Those were not part of my word count. The 38 words I got were only other words I added to the document. So, and I got most of the way through that first chapter, and there's 7 chapters in the short story. So, yeah. Anyways, that's what I did. What'd you guys do? How did you do? Left off talking about Tom Clancy when we were talking about Hearts on Fire earlier. Morgan's stream. Yay. Hold on. Let me go pin it. Find the tab. Find the right tab. I know that was the last sprint, but we'll pin it just for anyone to go replace pin message. I've got it open. Okay. There's Morgan's stream later today. Probably late today. 7:30, probably Eastern. So, oh no, she's Central. Forgot about that. So 7:30 my time. That would be 8:30 Eastern for anyone that's on the Eastern side. And don't ask me about the others because I usually mess that up. Kat says, I'm setting up a show podcast on creators.spotify.com, but I don't know what it should be about. Maybe Ashfall, the natural disaster story? So are you doing it like your audiobook, but like the dramatized version of it? Is that what it is? JC's just going to head out now, go run some errands. Thank you for the stream. Have a great day. Thank you so much for being here, JC. I appreciate that. Happy writing, everyone. That was like almost an hour ago, so I missed her. Jocelyn came by, gave a like. Happy sprinting. Thank you so much. Kat says, I worked on laundry, made lunch, tortilla soup. Ooh. Changed the sheet on my dog Luna's bed. You know, you've said Luna a few times in the past for your doggo, and I've always wanted to say, do you know, I have a cat named Luna. So there's definitely a few names that are similar. I have a cat named Loki, which Nia has a dog named Loki. And then there were like 2 other people in the community. So when I found this out, this was like 2+ years ago now, 3 years ago now. Yeah, it was like 3 years ago now. And when I got Loki and Thor and found out Nia had a puppy named Loki. And then there's 2 other author tubers in the community who had kitties named Loki. So really interesting. I think one of the kitties was a female and mine's a boy, but my Luna's a girl, but it's a kitty. She's our old girl. She's what? Next month is her birthday, and she was born in 2008, 3 years shy. So she'll be 17 years old. Wow. It's not fair. I love all my animals. I absolutely love all my animals, but she is the dumbest animal I've ever had. So not my favorite. And I had 2 kitties before her that were each a year older than her. Well, no, Sage was 2 years older than her, and Ranch was 3 years older than both of them. And they both died right around 15, the age of 15. And I was like, so the one that I would not have preferred to live the longest is living the longest. But I was like, you know what? It must be her because she's not too bright. That's why I called her Luna. Luna means crazy. Because as a kitten, she would just out of nowhere take a running leap at the wall, and she would hit the wall with her head and slide down. It looked like a cartoon and slide down the wall. I'm like, what are you doing? And then I always said, you know, like very indicative of my 3 cats and their level of intelligence. When we went to Hawaii, we were in Hawaii 2010 to 2013. And where we were living, it was floor to ceiling windows. And we were living on base, but the townhouses had floor to ceiling windows. Well, the first day, Ranch ran into the window trying to get to a bird, because lots of birds in Hawaii. And that was it. He never ran into the windows ever again. Sage never ran into the windows, but she would sit there and watch the birds. But every day you heard thunk. And we're like, oh, Luna ran into the windows again. She's my old girl. She's still around. Love her. I just really would have loved my kitty cat to last my ranch. He didn't. He actually died the soonest. I mean, he was the oldest, but he had the least amount of life lived, and he was awesome. Anyways, let me go on. I'm start crying. Put her sheets in the washer. Also setting up StreamYard lives for this week. Oh, are you doing a lot of them besides just Wednesday? I wrote about a page. Awesome. Listening to 7 Figure Fiction by Theodore Taylor. How are you liking it? It's a really hard book it's not hard, but there are definitely some things she talks about. I'm like, I kind of like really need to read this a few times to really get in there and understand what she's saying. I do appreciate that she has like examples and whatnot. And I think it's very valuable, lots of valuable information in it. I don't know about dramatized, but just reading the book. Each chapter is about 2,500 words, plus or minus. Yeah. So I don't know if you're here when Adega comes in. He's here every now and then, Adega Outlaw. He puts a chapter up on his YouTube channel. He usually on Sundays, although I didn't get a notification this past Sunday. I wasn't really on YouTube. Well, he did. He put his next chapter up. He's almost done. He's almost done putting all of his chapters up. Now he's leaving it as a legacy for his family, because he doesn't have much longer to go. But I think that's just awesome. And I thought, you know what? I would probably do the same thing. I'd probably put it all on YouTube too, if I knew that I was like, didn't have much life left to live. I would do the same thing. I might still do it. Anyways, just once I start getting a little bit older here, because you don't know how long. You never know how long you're going to go for, right? Cool cat. Sorry, I just brought that way down. Let's not talk about that. My 2 girly dogs are Luna, German Shepherd, and Bailey, Golden Retriever. Luna's 3.5 years old, and Bailey's 8.5 years old. Cool. We have a German Shepherd. His name is Con. My husband called him that. I have a live stream on Saturday mornings. Oh, that's right. You do Saturday mornings. I forgot about that. Yeah. I wasn't on YouTube this weekend. I'm on YouTube the whole week. So I try to like stay off of YouTube on the weekend, but that's not always doable. I would say I probably succeed about 25% of the time. And this just happened to be my 25% weekend to stay off YouTube, just stay off the internet, period, on the weekend, because I really don't like it. I love listening to it over and over. To your writing? Or to something else? I think you're talking. Oh, shoot. Theodore Taylor. Sorry. My mind went somewhere else. Yeah. You like listen to it over and over. Oh, that's really cool. It's hard for me to listen to audiobooks because a lot of narrators I can't understand. So Dale L. Roberts, he's got his Kickstarter going right now. He's like, if I had 100,000, everyone's going to get a free ebook for all 12 books in the series. Not ebook, sorry, audiobook. And so I asked him, I said, are you going to be the narrator or are you going to get someone else? And he said, no, be me. I said, okay. And I was like, I've heard Dale's voice enough live and on his videos that I can understand what he's saying. So I just have to get used to a voice. But if the only way I'm getting used to a voice is listening to audiobooks, then it doesn't clear up for me. So, but there's some voices that are very clear. Joanna Penn is one of them. Like very clear. Like I can understand her when she does her audiobooks. It's so clear to me. And I can't tell you what the difference is, but it's very clear. Yeah. Okay, I got to the last comment. Yay. So I'll be here Tuesday through Thursday with the 3 60-minute sprints, strictly timed to 5-minute breaks. So yeah, that will do it. I feel like I'm missing something. I should be saying something. I don't know what I'm supposed to be saying though. All right, I will catch everyone later. Bye, y'all. Thanks for being here.